properties of very simple theories of grammar. For the most part, it has been restricted to weak generative capacity, though there are no few results involving strong generative capacity as well, in particular, those referred to in section 2. The latter is, obviously, by far the more interesting notion, but it is much more difficult to study. For surveys of this work, see Chomsky, 1963, Chomsky and Schutzenberger, 1963. 36. See Postal, 1962b, 1964a, 1964c. Neither the theory of context-free grammar nor the theory of finite-state grammar is an artifact invented for mathematical investigation. Each is well motivated formally and has independent interest, apart from linguistics, and each has in fact been proposed by linguists as a comprehensive theory of language. In fact, as Postal shows, 1964a, almost every linguistic theory that has received any substantial notes. 223. Attention in recent years, insofar as it is clear, falls within the framework of context-free grammar. As we shall see later, a special form of the theory of context-free grammar apparently plays a crucial role within the general theory of transformational grammar. 37. This possibility cannot be ruled out a priori, but, in fact, it seems definitely not to be the case. In particular, it seems that, when the theory of transformational grammar is properly formulated, any such grammar must meet formal conditions that restrict it to the enumeration of recursive sets. Cf. The conditions on base rules, also note 1, chapter 3, and further discussion in chapter 3 and chapter 4. Section 2.2, of Conditions on Deletion Transformations. Notes to Chapter 2. 1. In detail, there is some room for discussion about both terminology and substance throughout. 2. And, particularly in the case of 2, alternative conventions and decisions have been applied. However, I think that the central facts are clear enough, and there has, in fact, been overwhelming accord about most of them. For present purposes, I shall raise no further question, except of detail, about the adequacy of these observations, taking them simply as facts to be accounted for by a grammatical theory. 2. A theory of language must state the principles interrelating its theoretical terms, for example, phoneme, morpheme, transformation, noun phrase, subject, and ultimately must relate this system of concepts to potential empirical phenomena, to primary linguistic data. For reasons discussed in Chomsky, 1957, and elsewhere, it seems to me that all significant structural notions will have to be characterized in terms of the previously defined notion generative grammar, whereas structural linguistics has assumed, in general, that the notion grammar must be developed and explained in terms of previously defined notions such as phoneme and morpheme. That is, I am assuming that the basic notion to be defined is G is a most highly valued grammar of the language of which primary linguistic data D constitutes a sample, where D is represented in terms of primitive notions of the theory, the phonemes, morphemes, transformations, etc., of the language are, then, the elements that play a specified role in the derivations and representations determined by G. If so, partial generative grammars will provide the only empirical data critical for evaluating a theory of the form of language. For the present, then, such evidence. 224. Notes. Must be drawn from grammatical descriptions of relatively few languages. This is not particularly disturbing. What is important is that such assumptions be supported by available evidence and formulated with enough clarity so that new or improved generative grammars will have bearing on their correctness, as the depth and range of linguistic study increases. We must, in short, accept Humboldt's conclusion, expressed in a letter of 1822 to Schlegel, Lietzmann, 1908, p. 84. Das geht Grammatistische nur dann Wochen wissenschaftlichen Gewinn bringt, wenn sie so durchgeführt wird, als Generalen der Ganzweg, und wenn man geht, nach so Ruhe, sprach selbst, gerade mit derselben Sorgfalt behandelt als Chris and Latinus. Study of a wide range of languages is only one of the ways to evaluate the hypothesis that some formal condition is a linguistic universal. Paradoxical as this may seem at first glance, considerations internal to a single language may provide significant support for the conclusion that some formal property should be attributed not to the theory of the particular language in question, its grammar, but rather to the general linguistic theory on which the particular grammar is based. Study of descriptive or explanatory adequacy may lead to such a conclusion. Furthermore, the difficulty or impossibility of formulating certain conditions within the framework of an otherwise well-supported theory of grammar provides some evidence that these are, in reality, general conditions on the applicability of grammatical rules rather than aspects of the particular language, to be expressed within the system of grammatical rules itself. Several cases of this sort will be mentioned later. In general, it should be expected that only descriptions concerned with deep structure will have serious import for proposals concerning linguistic universals. Since descriptions of this sort are few, any such proposals are hazardous, but are clearly no less interesting or important for being hazardous. 3. A weak though sufficient condition is given in Chomsky, 1955. Chapter 6. A stronger but rather well-motivated condition is proposed by Postel, 1964a. Some aspects of this question are discussed in Chomsky and Miller, 1963, Section 4, Chomsky, 1963, Section 3. 4. For some discussion, see the references cited on p. 15, and many others. These demonstrations of the inadequacies of phrase structure grammar have not been challenged, although some confusions have been introduced by terminological equivocations. The most extreme example of this can be Notes 225, found in Harman, 1963, where many of the standard arguments against phrase structure grammar are repeated, with approval, in an article with the subtitle A Defense of Phrase Structure. This curious situation results simply from the author's redefinition of the term phrase structure to refer to a system far richer than that to which the term phrase structure grammar had been universally applied in the rather ample literature on this subject, in particular, to a system in which in place of category symbols, in the sense of phrase structure grammar, we have pairs, where is a category symbol and is a set of indices used to code transformations, contextual restrictions, etc. That is, Harman in effect restates the arguments against phrase structure grammar as arguments against limiting the term phrase structure grammar to the particular systems that have previously been defined as phrase structure grammar. This terminological proposal does not touch on the substantive issue as to the adequacy of the taxonomic theory of grammar for which phrase structure grammar, in the usual sense, is a model. The essential adequacy of phrase structure grammar as a model for taxonomic grammatical theory, with the possible but irrelevant exception of problems involving discontinuous constituents, see Chomsky, 1957, Postel. 1964a, is demonstrated quite convincingly by Postel, and is not challenged by Harman, or anyone else, to my knowledge. The only issue that Harman raises, in this connection, is whether the term phrase structure grammar should be restricted to taxonomic models or whether the term should be used in some far richer sense as well, and this terminological question is of no conceivable importance. The terminological equivocation has only the effect of suggesting to the casual reader, quite erroneously, that there is some issue about the linguistic adequacy of the theory of phrase structure grammar, in the usual sense. A further source of possible confusion, in connection with this paper, is that there is a way of interpreting the grammar presented there as a phrase structure grammar, namely by regarding each complex element, as a single, unanalyzable category symbol. Under this interpretation, what we have here is a new proposal as to the proper evaluation procedure for a phrase structure grammar, a proposal which is immediately refuted by the fact that under this interpretation, the structural description provided by the phrase marker of the now highest valued grammar is invariably incorrect. For example, in John saw Bill, did Tom see you? The three elements John, Bill, Tom would belong to three distinct and entirely unrelated categories, and would have no categorial assignment in common. Thus we 226 Notes. Have the following alternatives. We may interpret the paper as proposing a new evaluation measure for phrase structure grammars, in which case it is immediately refuted on grounds of descriptive inadequacy, or we may interpret it as proposing that the term phrase structure grammar be used in some entirely new sense, in which case it has no bearing on the issue of the adequacy of phrase structure grammar. For some further discussion see Chomsky, in Press, where this and other criticisms of transformational grammar, some real, some only apparent, are taken up. 5. This assumption is made explicitly in Chomsky, 1955, in the discussion of the base of a transformational grammar, Chapter 7, and, to my knowledge, in all subsequent empirical studies of transformational grammar. An analogous assumption with respect to transformational rules is made in Matthews, 1964, Appendix A, Section 2. Formal properties of sequential grammars have been studied by Ginsberg and Rice, 1962, and Shamir, 1961, these being context-free grammars where the sequential property is, furthermore, intrinsic, in the sense of Note 6, Chapter 3, rather than extrinsic, as presupposed here, for the context-sensitive case, at least. 6. As noted earlier, there are rather different conventions, and some substantive disagreements about the usage of these terms. Thus, if we were to change the rules of 5, and, correspondingly, the phrase marker 3, to provide a binary analysis of the major category S into sincerity, NP, and may frighten the boy, VP, then the latter would be the predicate of the sentence in the sense defined in 11. See the final paragraph of section 2.3.4 for an emendation of these suggested definitions of functional notions. 7. Let us assume, furthermore, that y, z are unique, in this case, in other words, that there is only one occurrence of b in x. The definition can be generalized to accommodate the case where this condition is violated, but it seems to me reasonable to impose this condition of uniqueness on the system of base rules. 8. Notice that accurate definitions require a precise specification of the notions occurrence, dominate, etc. This raises no difficulty of principle, and throughout the informal discussion here I shall simply avoid these questions. Precise definitions for most of the notions that will be used here, taking occurrences into account, may be found in Chomsky, 1955. 9. One might question whether M should be regarded as a lexical category, or whether, alternatively, the rules M may, can, should not be. Notes. 227. Included in the set, 5i. The significance of this distinction will be discussed later. This is by no means merely a terminological issue. Thus, for example, we might hope to establish general conventions involving the distinction between lexical and non-lexical categories. To illustrate the range of possibilities that may be relevant, I mention just two considerations. The general rule for conjunctioning seems to be roughly this. If x, z, y and x, z, y are two strings such that for some category A, z is an A and z is an A, then we may form the string x, z and z, y, where z and z is an A. See Chomsky 1957, section 5.2, and for a much more far-reaching study, Glittman, 1961. But, clearly, A must be a category of a special type. In fact, we come much closer to characterizing the actual range of possibilities if we limit it to major categories. By this criterion, M should be a lexical category. Second, consider the phonological rules that assign stress in English by a transformational cycle. See Chomsky, Halley, and Lukoff, 1956, Halley and Chomsky, 1960, forthcoming, Chomsky and Miller, 1963. These rules assign stress in a fixed way in strings belonging to certain categories. By and large, the categories in question seem to be the major categories, in the sense just described. In particular, elements of non-lexical formative categories, for example, articles, are unstressed. By this criterion, one might warn M to be a non-lexical category, though even here the situation is unclear. Cf. The well-known contrast of may, as in John may try, it is permitted, and John may try, it is possible. 10. Some have argued that the distinction in question has nothing to do with rules of English, but only with statistics of usage. What seem to be insuperable difficulties for any such analysis have been raised and frequently reiterated, and I see no point in considering this possibility any further as long as proponents of this most implausible view make no attempt to deal with these objections. Cf. Chapter 1, Section 2. 11. For some discussion of a possible syntactic basis for such subcategorization, with a small amount of supporting evidence, see Chomsky, 1955, Chapter 4, summarized in part in Chomsky, 1961, and Miller and Chomsky, 1963. A critique of these and other discussions is given in Katz, 1964a. I think that Katz's major criticisms are correct, but that they can perhaps be met by narrowing the scope of the proposals to just what is being discussed here, namely the question of subcategorization of lexical categories within the framework of an independently justified generative grammar. 228. Notes. 12. In the syntactic component of this pre-transformational grammar, indices on category symbols were used to express agreement, and, in general, what Harris, 1951, calls long components, but not subcategorization and selectional restrictions. These devices become unnecessary once grammatical transformations are introduced. See, in this connection, the discussion in Postal, 1964a. 13. Matthews devised a technique of indexing category symbols to meet the difficulties that he found, and he later incorporated this technique as one of the main devices of the commit programming system that he developed with a collaboration of E. Ing. Similar difficulties were noted independently by R. Stockwell, T. Anderson, and P. Schachter, and they have suggested a somewhat different way of handling them. See Stockwell and Schachter, 1962, Schachter, 1962. E. Bach has also dealt with this question, in a somewhat different way. Bach, 1964. The method that I shall elaborate later incorporates various features of these proposals, but differs from them in certain respects. The problem of remedying this defect in phrase structural grammar is clearly very much open, and deserves much further study. Although this defect was pointed out quite early, there was no attempt to deal with it in most of the published work of the last several years. 14. Thus, S is an abbreviation for the set of features, plus consonantal, minus vocalic, minus voiced, plus continuant, plus strident, minus grave, and M for the set of features, plus consonantal, minus vocalic, plus nasal, plus voiced, plus grave. Rule 18 applies to any segment specified as plus continuant, hence to S, in a context which is specified as plus voiced, hence to the context M, converting the segment to which it applies to a voiced segment with, otherwise, the same features as before, hence converting S to Z equals plus consonantal, minus vocalic, plus voiced, plus continuant, plus strident, minus grave. I shall henceforth use the convention, customary on the phonological level, of enclosing sets of features by square brackets. 15. But notice that a phonological matrix can be regarded simply as a set of specified phonological features, if we index each specified feature by an integer indicating the column it occupies in the matrix. Thus the two-column matrix representing the formative B can be regarded as consisting of the features, plus consonantal 1, minus vocalic 1, minus continuant 1, minus consonantal 2, plus vocalic 2, minus grave 2. A lexical entry can now be regarded simply as a set of features, some phonological, some syntactic. Of course, a lexical entry must also contain a definition, in a complete. Notes. 229. Grammar, and it can be plausibly argued, see Katz and Fodor, 1963, that this too consists simply of a set of features. Actually, the Katz-Fodor definitions are not simply sets, but it does not seem that the further structure they impose plays any role in their theory. We might, then, take a lexical entry to be simply a set of features, some syntactic, some phonological, some semantic. However, largely for ease of exposition, we shall not follow this course but shall, rather, regard a lexical entry as a matrix complex symbol pair, as in the text. If we regard a lexical entry as a set of features, then items that are similar in sound, meaning, or syntactic function will not be related to one another in the lexicon. For example, the intransitive grow of the boy grew or corn grows, and the transitive grow of he grows corn would have to constitute two separate lexical entries, despite the meaning relation that holds between them, since there is apparently no way to derive the intransitive structures from the transitive ones, as can be done in the case of the window broke, someone broke the window. Cf. p. 203. The same would be true of a drop in the price dropped, he dropped the ball, he dropped that silly pretense, or of command in the example discussed on pages 127 to 128, and in innumerable other cases of many different kinds. Alternatively, such relationships can be expressed by taking a lexical entry to be a Boolean function of features. Although it is likely that such a modification of the theory of lexical structure is necessary, it raises many problems of fact and principle to which I have no answer, and I therefore continue the exposition without developing it. 16. Recall Bloomfield's characterization of a lexicon as the list of basic irregularities of a language, 1933, p. 274. The same point is made by Sweet, 1913, p. 31, who holds that grammar deals with the general facts of language, lexicology with the special facts. 17. More generally, the phonological redundancy rules, which determines such features as voicing of vowels or unrounding of high front vowels in English, can be supplemented by analogous syntactic and semantic redundancy rules. Furthermore, redundancy rules may relate features of these various types. For example, if the traditional view that syntactic categorization is in part determined semantically can be substantiated in any serious way, it can be expressed by a redundancy rule determining syntactic features in terms of semantic ones. We shall return to the question of redundancy rules in section 6. 230. Notes. Notice, incidentally, that the rules, 20, and, in fact, all rules that establish a partial hierarchy among syntactic features, might be regarded as redundancy rules rather than as rules of the base. Such a decision would have various consequences, to which we shall return in section 4.3. 18. By a local transformation, with respect to, I mean one that affects only a substring dominated by the single category symbol A. Thus all rules of the transformational cycle in phonology are local, in this sense. There is some reason to suspect that it might be appropriate to intersperse certain local transformations among the rewriting rules of the base. Thus adverbial phrases consisting of preposition determining noun are in general restricted as to the choice of these elements, and these restrictions could be stated by local transformations to the effect that preposition and noun can be rewritten in certain restricted ways when dominated by such category symbols as place adverbial and time adverbial. In fact, one might consider a new extension of the theory of context-free grammar, permitting rules that restrict rewriting by local transformations, that is, in terms of the dominating category symbol, alongside of the fairly widely studied extension of the context-free grammar to context-sensitive grammars that permit rules that restrict rewriting in terms of contiguous symbols. The example of the preceding paragraph involves a transformation that is local with respect to a category A, in this case, being some type of adverbial, and, furthermore, that introduces a string into a position dominated by the lexical category B, which is immediately dominated by A. Let us call such a transformation strictly local. The only motivation for this highly special definition is that many of the examples of local transformations that come to mind meet this restrictive condition as well. For example, quite generally, nominalization transformations that give such forms as I persuaded John of my seriousness from an underlying form I persuaded John of NS, where S dominates the string underlying I am serious, and the transformation substitutes a transform of this string for the dummy symbol occupying the position of the lexical category N, which is immediately dominated by the category symbol NP with respect to which the transformation is local. 19. Notice that an important question is begged when we assume that noun subcategorization is independent of context and that the selectional restrictions on subject-verb-object are given completely by rules determining the subcategorization of verbs in terms of previously chosen noun subcategories. We shall return to this matter in section 4.2. Notes 231. 20. This decision, as several of the others, will be slightly modified later in the text. 21. The status of the symbol S in this rule is unexplained at the present state of the exposition. It will indicate the position of a transform of a sentence, as the theory of the syntactic component is extended later on. 22. Observe that in 36, such an expression as, like predicate nominal is a single symbol, standing for a particular syntactic feature. The careful reader will notice that as these rules are formulated, lexical items can be inserted in the wrong position by the lexical rule. We shall return to this question in section 3, avoiding it now only so as not to overburden the exposition. Actually, a more careful analysis would revise 40 and 41 in detail. 23. An apparent exception to the last remark is the subcategorization of verbs in terms of choice of the progressive form be plus sing. To maintain the suggested generalization concerning strict subcategorization, we should have to claim that such verbs as own, understand, and know occur freely with or without progressive, along with all other verbs, but that the progressive form is deleted by an obligatory transformation when it precedes these verbs. This peculiarity would be marked by a feature that constitutes part of the lexical entries for these forms. But, in fact, there is good reason to assume this, as has been pointed out to me by Barbara Hall. Thus each element of the auxiliary has associated with it certain characteristic adverbials that may, or, in the case of present tense, must, occur with this auxiliary element. And the characteristic adverbials of progressive do occur with the verbs own, understand, know, etc. Cf. I know the answer right now, alongside of I know the answer, although such forms as I eat the apple right now, I eat the apple, are ruled out, except, in the latter case, as generic, which can, in fact, be treated as involving deletion of a dummy adverbial. 24. Strictly speaking, this is not the case, as we have defined syntactic feature, cf. pp. 88f. Actually, It is only the features involved in the set of rules of which 20-21 constitute a sample that determines selectional classification. Idiosyncratic syntactic features of particular lexical items, not introduced by such general rules as 20-21, but simply listed in the lexical entries, play no role in verb subclassification. 25. Notice that these alternatives are not strictly equivalent. Thus, for example, of the three mentioned, only the one we are using permits also. 232. Notes. The free use of variables, as in the case of schema 44. On the other hand, the use of labeled brackets is appropriate for the formulation of the transformational rules of the phonological component. Use of complex symbols at arbitrary nodes, as in Harman, 1963, cf. Note 4, gives a form of transformational grammar that is richer in some respects and poorer in others than the formulation in terms of Boolean conditions on analyzability, as in most current work on generative grammar. Cf. Chomsky, in Press, for some discussion. 26. Proper nouns of course can have non-restrictive relatives, and, marginally, adjective modifiers derived from non-restrictive relatives, for example, clever Hans or old Tom. But although restrictive relatives belong to the determiner system, there are several reasons for supposing that non-restrictive relatives are, rather, complements of the full NP, and in some cases, of a full sentence. For example, I find John likable, which surprised me very much. Notice that adjective modifiers can derive from either restrictive or non-restrictive relatives. Consider, for example, the ambiguity of the sentence "The industrious Chinese dominate the economy of Southeast Asia." This matter is discussed in the Poetry Logic, Arnold et al., 1662, and, in more recent times, by Jesperson, 1924, Chapter 8. Notice also that proper nouns can also be used as common nouns, in restricted ways. For example, this cannot be the England that I know and love. I once read a novel by a different John Smith. Some such expressions may be derived from proper nouns with non-restrictive relatives by transformation. Others suggest that a redundancy rule may be needed in the lexicon, assigning certain of the features of common nouns to proper nouns. 27. Once again, this is not to deny that an interpretation can sometimes be imposed on such phrases as those of 54. See the discussion of the problem of justification at the outset of section 2.3.1, and the references of footnote 11. Notice, in particular, that the relation of the verb to the place adverbial in John died in England, equals in England, John died, is very different from that in John stayed in England, John lived in England is, in fact, an ambiguous representative of both constructions, being interpretable as either John resided in England, analogous structurally to John stayed in England with a verbal complement introduced by Rule 52, or roughly as in England, John really lived, or in England, John remained alive, with a place adverbial that is a verb phrase complement introduced. Notes. 233. By 52 cf. John will surely die on the continent, but he may live in England. This difference of structure between live in England and die in England accounts for the fact, noted by Ralph Long, that England is lived in by many people is much more natural than England is died in by many people. In fact, this remark is true only when live in has the sense of reside in or inhabit. Cf. p. 113 for further discussion of such pseudo-passives. 28. There are well-known marginal exceptions to this remark. For example, the good time was had by or a course was had to a new plan, and it is also clear that the locution take manner adverbials freely requires considerable further analysis and clarification. See Lees, 1960 a. p. 26, as does the distinction between adverbials that qualify the verb and those which might more properly be said to qualify the subject. As an example of the latter, consider the adverbial of John married Mary with no great enthusiasm, which means, roughly, John was not very enthusiastic about marrying Mary, and therefore seems to play a role more like that of the adverbial modifier of the subject in John, cleverly, stayed away yesterday, than like that of the adverbial modifier of the verb in John laid his plans cleverly. See Austin, 1956, for some discussion of such cases. Nevertheless, the essential correctness of the comments in the text does not seem to me in doubt. It must be borne in mind that the general rules of a grammar are not invalidated by the existence of exceptions. Thus, one does not eliminate the rule for forming the past tense of verbs from the grammar on the grounds that many verbs are irregular, nor is the generalization that relates manner adverbials to passivization invalidated by the fact that certain items must be listed in the lexicon as conflicting with this generalization, if this turns out to be the case. In either the case of past tense or that of passivization, the generalization is invalidated in the sense of internal justification, cf. Chapter 1, Section 4, only if more highly valued grammar can be constructed that does not contain it. It is for this reason that the discovery of peculiarities and exceptions, which are rarely lacking in a system of the complexity of a natural language, is generally so unrewarding and, in itself, has so little importance for the study of the grammatical structure of the language in question, unless, of course, it leads to the discovery of deeper generalizations. It is also worth noting that many of the manner adverbials, like many other adverbials, are sentence transforms with deleted subjects. Thus, 234. Notes. Underlying the sentence John gave the lecture with great enthusiasm, with the adverbial with great enthusiasm, is the base string John has great enthusiasm. Note that with is quite generally a transform of have, with the repeated NP John deleted, as is usual, cf. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Section 2.2. Similarly, place adverbials, at least those which are VP complements, must sometimes, or perhaps always, be regarded as sentence transforms, so that, for example, I read the book in England derives from an underlying structure very much like the one that underlies I read the book while I was in England. Adverbials are a rich and as yet relatively unexplored system, and therefore anything we say about them must be regarded as quite tentative. 29. Alternatively, we may drop this condition and extend the first convention so that the complex symbol introduced in the analysis of a lexical category A contains not only the feature plus A, but also the feature B, for any lexical category B other than A. This convention entails that a word specified as belonging to two lexical categories must have two separate lexical entries, and it raises unanswered questions about the structure of the lexicon. It would have the advantage of overcoming a defect in our notation for features introduced by context-sensitive subcategorization rules. Thus, in the grammar, 57, the feature dash designates both proper nouns and intransitive verbs. This is why the feature plus n had to be mentioned in Rule 57's I. This might lead to difficulty if a certain lexical item were both a noun and a verb, since it might be non-proper as a noun but transitive as a verb, or transitive as a verb and proper as a noun. If the proposal of this note is adopted, the problem cannot arise. Alternatively, it will be necessary to designate such features by a more complex notation indicating not only the frame in question but also the symbol that dominates it. There may be some point to allowing a lexical item to appear in several categorical positions, either by specifying it positively with respect to several lexical categories, or by leaving it totally unspecified with respect to these categories. For example, in the case of such words as proof, desire, believe. Suppose that these are specified as taking sentential complements of various forms, but are permitted to enter either the noun or verb position. Then the lexical insertion rule will place them in either the frame, N that S, or the frame, V that S, in the positions of the noun and verb, respectively. Hence it will not be necessary to derive the former by transformation from the latter, as is necessary, for example. Notes 235. In the case of proving that S, under such an analysis, John's proof that S would derive from the structure underlying John has a proof that S by the sequence of transformations that derives John's book from the structure underlying John has a book. One might go on to relate John has a proof that S to John proves that S, perhaps, ultimately, as John takes a walk is related to John walks, but this is another matter. In connection with this discussion, it is also necessary to establish a general distinctness condition regarding the idiosyncratic, purely lexical features, for example, the feature, object deletion, in 58-59. For discussion of this question, which becomes critical in case these features relate to the phonological component, see Halley and Chomsky, forthcoming. 30. It has been maintained that these relations can be defined in terms of some notion of concurrence, but this seems to me dubious, for reasons presented in various places, for example, in Hillel, 1954, and Chomsky, 1964. Observe that the definitions of grammatical relation or grammatical function that have been suggested here refer only to the base of the syntax and not to surface structures of actual sentences in other than the simplest cases. The significant grammatical relations of an actual sentence, for example, 7p. 75, are those which are defined in the basis, deep structure, of this sentence. 31. I give these informally, instead of using the notation developed earlier, to simplify the reading. There is nothing essential involved in this change of notation. 32. For example, if we were to adapt the definitions of universal categories and functions so that they apply to such sentences as in England is where I met him, which are often cited to show that phrases other than NPs can occur as subjects, these proposals would fail completely. This sentence, however, is obviously transformationally derived. It would be perfectly correct to say that in England is the subject of in England is where I met him, extending the grammatical relation subjective, that is, NPS, to the derived phrase marker, the surface structure. In the basis, however, in England is an adverbial of place, associated with the VP meet him in the predicate phrase met him in England, and the sentence is interpreted in accordance with the grammatical relations defined in this underlying deep structure. This extension to surface structures of such functional notions as subjective is not an entirely straightforward matter. Thus in base structures, there is apparently never more than a single occurrence of a category such. 236. Notes. As NP in any structure immediately dominated by a single category, cf. Note 7, and I definitions of these notions relied on this fact. But this is not true of surface structures. In the sentence this book I really enjoyed, both this book and I are NPs immediately dominated by S. Apparently, then, order is significant in determining the grammatical relations defined by surface structures. Not surprisingly, though it seems to play no role in the determination of grammatical relations in deep structures. Consequently, somewhat different definitions are needed for the surface notions. It might be suggested that topic comment is the basic grammatical relation of surface structure corresponding, roughly, to the fundamental subject-predicate relation of deep structure. Thus, we might define the topic of the sentence as the leftmost NP immediately dominated by S in the surface structure, and the comment of the sentence as the rest of the string. Often, of course, topic and subject will coincide, but not in the examples discussed. This proposal, which seems plausible, was suggested to me by Paul Kipaski. One might refine it in various ways. For example, by defining the topic of the sentence as the leftmost NP that is immediately dominated by S in the surface structure, and that is, furthermore, a major category, CF. P. 80. This will make John the topic in the cleft sentence. It was John who I saw. Other elaborations also come to mind, but I shall not go into the question any more fully here. 33. This very fruitful and important insight is as old as syntactic theory itself. It is developed quite clearly in the Grammea Generalitariani of Port Royal, cf. Chomsky, 1964, section 1.0, forthcoming, for discussion. What is, in essence, the same idea was reintroduced into modern linguistics by Harris, though he has not discussed it in quite these terms, cf. Harris, 1952, 1954, 1957. For further discussion of this notion, within the framework of transformational generative grammar, see Chomsky, 1957, and for steps toward a substantive theory of semantic interpretation based on this assumption, see Katz and Fodor, 1963, and Katz and Postel, 1964. 34. Curry's proposals are so sketchy that it is impossible to extract from them more than a general point of view. The position of Chomsky and Sobolver is much more explicitly worked out, but it is defective in crucial respects. Cf. Hall, 1965, for an analysis of this approach. It is possible that stratificational grammar also adopts a similar position, but the published references to this theory, for example, Gleason, 1964, are much too vague for any conclusion to be drawn. Notes. 237. 35. Notice, for example, that case is usually determined by the position of the noun in surface structure rather than in deep structure, although the surface structures given by stylistic inversions do not affect case. Even in English, poor as it is in inflection, this can be observed. For example, the pronoun in the sentences "he was struck by a bullet," "he is easy to please," "he frightens easily" is, in each case, the logical object, that is, the direct object of verbs strike, please, frighten, respectively, in the underlying deep structures. Nevertheless, the form is he rather than him. But stylistic inversion of the type we have just been discussing gives such forms as "him I really like," "him I would definitely try not to antagonize." Where inflections are richer, this phenomenon, which illustrates the peripheral character of these processes of inversion, is much more apparent. The relation between inflection, ambiguity, and word order was discussed at some length in traditional linguistic theory. See Chomsky, forthcoming, for some references. Notes to Chapter 3. 1. Some details irrelevant to the problem under discussion are omitted in these examples. We here regard each lexical item as standing for a complex of features, namely those that constitute its lexical entry in addition to those entered by redundancy rules. The use of the dummy symbol has been extended here to the case of various unspecified elements that will be deleted by obligatory transformations. There is, in fact, good reason to require that only recoverable deletions be permitted in the grammar. For discussion of this very important question, see Chomsky, 1964, section 2.2. We shall return to it at the end of this chapter and in chapter 4, section 2.2. The formative nomen, 3, is one of several that might be assigned to the tense modal position of the auxiliary, and that determine the form of the nominalization, verter, possessive ing, etc. 2. The details of this, both for transformation markers and phrase markers, are worked out in Chomsky, 1955, within the following general framework. Linguistic theory provides a universal system of levels of representation. Each level L is a system based on a set of primes, minimal elements, that is, an alphabet, the operation of the concatenation, which forms strings of primes of arbitrary finite length, the terms and notions all being. 238. Notes. Borrowed from the theory of concatenation algebras, cf. For example, Rosenblum, 1950, various relations, a designated class of strings, or sets of strings, of primes called L-markers, a mapping of L-markers onto L-markers, where L is the next lower level, thus levels are arranged in a hierarchy. In particular, on the level P of phrase structure and the level T of transformations we have P markers and T markers in the sense just described informally. A hierarchy of linguistic levels, phonetic, phonological, word, morphological, phrase structure, transformational structure, can be developed within a uniform framework in this way. For details, see Chomsky, 1955. For a discussion of T markers, see Katz and Postel, 1964. 3. For discussion of negation, see Klimmer, 1964, Katz, 1964b. The formation of questions and imperatives and the semantic interpretation of the question and imperative markers are discussed in Katz and Postel, 1964. In Hockett, 1961, the proposal is made that the passive transformation be conditional on a marker in the underlying form, but no supporting argument is given for what, in the context of that paper, is no more than a notational innovation. Notice that the reformulation of the passive transformation as obligatory, relative to choice of an optional marker in the underlying string, is independent of the principle that we have just cited, since the passive marker, as distinct from the question, negation, and imperative markers, has no independent semantic interpretation. Furthermore, we have noted in section 4.4 of chapter 2 that there are good reasons to distinguish such transformations as passive from purely stylistic inversion operations. These observations suggest that we attempt to formulate a more general condition of which the principle just cited is itself a consequence, namely that non-stylistic transformations are all signaled by optional markers drawn from a fixed, universal, language-independent set. This attempt presupposes a deeper analysis of the notion non-stylistic transformation than we have been able to provide here, however. 4. For illuminating discussion of this question, and several others that we are considering here, see Fillmore, 1963, and Fraser, 1963. 5. Both of these observations are due to Fillmore, 1963. 6. In connection with ordering of rules, it is necessary to distinguish extrinsic order, imposed by the explicit ordering of rules, from intrinsic order, which is simply a consequence of how rules are formulated. Thus, notes. 239. If the rule R1 introduces the symbol A and R2 analyzes A, there is an intrinsic order relating R1 and R2, but not necessarily any extrinsic order. Similarly, if a certain transformation T1 applies to a certain structure that is formed only by application of T2, there is an intrinsic order T1, T2. Taxonomic linguistics disallows extrinsic ordering, but has not been clear about the status of intrinsic ordering. Generative grammars have ordinarily required both. For some discussion of this matter, see Chomsky, 1964. 7. We are discussing only embedding transformations here, but should extend the discussion to various generalized transformations that form coordinate constructions, for example, conjunction. There are certain problems concerning these, but I believe that they can be incorporated quite readily in the present scheme by permitting rule schemata, in the sense of Chomsky and Miller, 1963, p. 298, Chomsky and Schutzenberger, 1963, p. 133, introducing coordinated elements that are then modified, rearranged, and appropriately interrelated by singulary transformations. If the suggestion of Note 9, Chapter 2, is workable, then such rule schemata need not be stated in the grammar at all. Rather, By a general convention we can associate such a schema with each major category. This approach to coordination relies heavily on the filtering effect of transformations, discussed later. Thus wherever we have coordination, some category is coordinated n times in the matrix sentence, and n occurrences of matched sentences are independently generated by the base rules. 8. Notice, incidentally, that we can now eliminate complement from the set of category symbols. We could go on, at this point, to define complement as a functional notion, to be more precise, as a cover term for several functional notions, in the manner of pages 75 to 76. 9. As it stands, this claim seems to me somewhat too strong, though it is true in one important sense of semantic interpretation. For example, it seems clear that the order of quantifiers in surface structures sometimes plays a role in semantic interpretation. Thus, for many speakers, in particular, for me, the sentence is everyone in the room knows at least 2 languages, and at least 2 languages are known by everyone in the room are not synonymous. Still, we might maintain that in such examples both interpretations are latent, as would be indicated by the identity of the deep structures of the 2 sentences in all respects relevant to semantic interpretation, and that the reason for the opposing interpretations is an extraneous factor, an overriding consideration involving order. 240. Notes. Of quantifiers in surface structures, that filters out certain latent interpretations provided by the deep structures. In support of this view, it may be pointed out that other sentences that derive from these, for example, there are 2 languages that everyone in the room knows, may switch interpretations, indicating that these interpretations must have been latent all along. There are other examples that suggest something similar. For example, Rice has suggested that the temporal order implied in conjunction may be regarded as a feature of discourse rather than as part of the meaning of and Jacobson has also discussed iconic features of discourse involving relations between temporal order in surface structure and order of importance, etc. Also relevant in this connection is the notion of topic comment mentioned in Note 32, Chapter 2. For some references to remarks in the Port Royal Logic on the effect of grammatical transformations on meaning, see Chomsky, forthcoming. 10. The other function of the transformational component is to express restrictions on distribution for lexical items and for sentence structures. 11. Formally speaking, what we are suggesting is this. Suppose that the symbol A immediately dominates XBY, where B is a symbol, in the phrase marker K, that is, XBY was one of the categorical rules used in generating this phrase marker. Then, A, B, constitutes a branch of K. Furthermore, if this occurrence of B immediately dominates ZCW, where C is a symbol, so that B, C, is a branch, then A, B, C, is a branch, etc. Suppose now that A1, N, is a branch of the generalized phrase marker K formed by base rules, and that A1 equals N. Then it must be that for some I, 1 N, AI equals S. In other words, the only way to form new deep structures is to insert elementary propositions, technically, base phrase markers, in other phrase markers. This is by no means a logically necessary feature of phrase structure grammars. Notice that the schemata that underlie coordination, cf. Note 7, also provide infinite generative capacity, but here too the true recursive property can apparently be limited to the schema SS #S #S, hence the rules introducing propositions. This formulation leaves unexplained some rather marginal phenomena, for example, the source of such expressions as very, very, very adjective and some more significant ones, for example, the possibility of iterating adverbials and various kinds of parenthetic elements, the status of which in general is unclear. For some discussion of adverbial sequences, see Matthews, 1961. Notes. 241. 12. Cf. Pages 125 to 126. For some discussion, see Chomsky, 1964, section 1.0, and forthcoming. 13. Notice, incidentally, that this identity condition need never be stated in the grammar, since it is a general condition on the functioning of grammars. This is important, since, as was pointed out by Lees, 1960a, the condition is not really identity of strings but rather total identity of structures, in all cases in which identity conditions appear in transformations. But to define identity of structures in terms of analyzability, it is necessary to use quantifiers. In fact, this may be the only case in which quantifiers must appear in the structural analyses that define transformations. Extracting the identity condition from grammars, we are therefore able to formulate the structural analyses that define transformations strictly as Boolean conditions on analyzability, thus greatly restricting the power of the theory of transformational grammar. 14. For discussion see Miller and Chomsky, 1963, Schlesinger, 1964, Miller and Izard, 1964, and the resume in Chapter 1, Section 2. 15. See Section 2.3.1 of Chapter 2, and Section 1 of Chapter 4. A serious discussion of this question, as well as the question of a dependency of syntax on semantics, awaits a development of the theory of universal semantics, that is, an account of the nature of semantic representation. Although various positions about these questions have been stated with great confidence and authority, the only serious work that I know of on the relation of these domains is that of Katz, Fodor, and Postel. See bibliography. For discussion of other claims that have been made, see Chomsky, 1957, and many other publications. For the moment, I see no reason to modify the view expressed in Chomsky, 1957, and elsewhere, that although, obviously, semantic considerations are relevant to the construction of general linguistic theory, that is, obviously the theory of syntax should be designed so that the syntactic structures exhibited for particular languages will support semantic interpretation, there is, at present, no way to show that semantic considerations play a role in the choice of the syntactic or phonological component of a grammar, or that semantic features, in any significant sense of this term, play a role in the functioning of the syntactic or phonological rules. Thus, no serious proposal has been advanced to show how semantic considerations can contribute to an evaluation procedure for such systems or provide some of the primary linguistic data on the basis of which they are selected. See Chapter 1, Section 6, and Chapter 4, Section 1, for some additional related discussion. 242. Notes. 16. Some of the details of this modification are worked out in Fraser, forthcoming. The extent to which the complexity of the theory of derived constituent structure depends on the presence of permutations is quite clear, for example, from the analysis of these notions in Chomsky, 1955, Chapter 8. 17. Notice that in this case the third term of the proper analysis is not strictly deleted. Rather, this term is deleted except for the feature, plus-minus human, which then assumes its phonological shape, giving who, which, or that, by later rules. This is often true of what we are here calling erasure operations. 18. A natural notational decision would be to restrict the integers 1 and 2 to first and second person, respectively. Notes to Chapter 4. 1. Whether the rule is a rewriting rule or a substitution transformation, cf. Chapter 2, Section 4.3, does not concern us here. For convenience of exposition, we shall assume the latter. 2. To avoid what has been a persistent misunderstanding, it must be emphasized again that grammaticalness is being used here as a technical term, with no implication that deviant sentences are being legislated against as without a function or illegitimate. Quite the contrary is true. as has repeatedly been stressed and illustrated in discussions of generative grammar. For discussion, see Chomsky, 1961, and many other references. The question as to whether the grammar should generate deviant sentences is purely terminological, having to do with nothing more than the technical sense of generate. A descriptively adequate grammar must assign to each string a structural description that indicates the manner of its deviation from strict well-formedness, if any. A natural terminological decision would be to say that the grammar directly generates the language consisting of just the sentences that do not deviate at all, such as 3, with their structural descriptions. The grammar derivatively generates all other strings, such as 1 and 2, with their structural descriptions. These structural descriptions will indicate the manner and degree of deviance of the derivatively generated sentences. The principles that determine how interpretations can be imposed and deviant sentences may be universal, as suggested in Chomsky, 1955, 1961, Miller and Chomsky, 1963, and Notes. 243. Again here, or specific to a given language, as suggested in Katz, 1964a. This is a substantive issue, but many of the other questions that have been debated concerning these notions seem to me quite empty, having to do only with terminological decisions. 3. Recall that selectional rules, as illustrated earlier, are rules that insert verbs and adjectives into generalized phrase markers on the basis of the intrinsic syntactic features of the nouns that appear in various positions. But not all of the rules referring to intrinsic syntactic features of nouns are selectional rules. In particular, the rules violated in the formation of 4 involve such features but are not selectional rules. 4. Many of the verbs of the category plus abstract, middle dot plus animate do not have adjectival forms within. But these seem invariably to have other affixes as variants of ing, bothersome for bothering, scary for scaring, impressive for impressing, etc. 5. These examples do not begin to exhaust the range of possibilities that must be considered in a full study of interpretation of deviant sentences. For one thing, they do not illustrate the use of order inversion as a stylistic device, cf. Chapter 2. Section 4.4, for some discussion. The discussion of deviation from grammaticalness that has been carried on here offers no insight into this phenomenon. For example, consider the following line: me up, does, out of the floor, quietly stare, a poison mouse, still alive, is asking what, have I done that, you wouldn't have, Cummings. This poses not the slightest difficulty or ambiguity of interpretation, and it would surely be quite beside the point to try to assign it a degree of deviation in terms of the number or kind of rules of the grammar that are violated in generating it. 6. Notice that the formulation given previously left an ambiguity in the latter case, which is resolved only by the convention that we now state. 7. We are, in effect, assuming the convention E equals E, middle dot, where E is the null element. Notice that features are unordered in a complex symbol. As elsewhere in this discussion, I make no attempt here to present an absolutely precise account or to give these definitions in their simplest and most general forms. 8. Thus X is null if, comma is null, Y is null if, comma is null. 9. This difficulty would, in fact, not arise if we were to give a somewhat different analysis of post-verbal adjectives in English, deriving them from underlying strings with sentence complements to the verbs. In a sum. 244. Notes. Cases. This is surely correct. For example, John seems sad from an underlying structure containing the base string John is sad, which becomes John seems to be sad, and then John seems sad by further transformations. Similarly, in the case of become, this analysis is well motivated, in particular, because it can provide a basis for excluding become from passivization, and it may be correct to extend it to many or all such cases. For some other proposals for derivation of certain of these forms, see Ira, 1964. It is worth noting that a condition like that imposed on W and V in the discussion of the schema 9 is probably necessary in the theory of transformations, although this problem has never been discussed explicitly. 10. I am indebted to Thomas Bever and Peter Rosenbaum for many interesting and suggestive comments relating to this question. 11. In many or all such cases, some notion of generic seems to be involved critically. I owe this observation to Barbara Hall. One might therefore try to show that part of the semantic effect of generic is to cancel semantic conflicts of certain sorts. Notice, incidentally, that the deep structure of each of the sentences of 15 will contain a string with sincerity as the direct object of the main verb frighten, and with an unspecified subject. 12. Interest in these questions can be traced to Humboldt, 1836, for representative statements of his, see Chomsky, 1964. C. Ullman, 1959, for discussion of much related descriptive work. Also relevant are some psychological studies that have attempted to place a linguistic item in a context of somehow related items, such as Luria and Vinogradova, 1959, and much current work in componential analysis. 13. Although the sentences of 19 are near paraphrases, still it is by no means true that a co-occurrence relation of the sort that has been discussed by Harris, 1957, his, 1961, and others holds between them. Thus pompous can be replaced quite naturally by a friend in I regard John as, but hardly in John strikes me as. I owe this observation to J. Katz. It is clear, then, that the close meaning relation between regard and strike, involving, in particular, inversion of the subject-verb-object relations, does not determine a corresponding similarity of distributional restrictions. The rules involving contextual features, in other words, may be partially independent of semantic properties. Such examples must be borne in mind if any attempt is made to give some substance to the widely voiced, but, for the moment, totally empty, claim that semantic. Notes. 245. Considerations somehow determine syntactic structure or distributional properties. I have been assuming, in discussing 19 that the subjective strikes in the deep structure is John, but it should be noted that this is not at all obvious. One alternative would be to take the underlying structure to be it S, strikes me, where it S is an NP and S dominates the structure underlying John is pompous. An obligatory transformation would give the structure underlying it strikes me that John is pompous, and a further optional transformation would give John strikes me as pompous. The lexical item strike of 19 would then have very different strict subcategorization features from the phonetically identical item of it struck me blind, while both would differ in strict subcategorization from strike in he struck an outlandish pose, etc. Cf. Note 15, Chapter 2. If this analysis can be justified on the syntactic grounds, then the deep structures will be somewhat more appropriate for the semantic interpretation than assumed in the text. As several people have observed, there are other relevant syntactic differences between the paired examples of 19 For example, such sentences as John strikes me as pompous, his remarks impress me as unintelligible do not pacifize, although the sentences I regard John as pompous, it struck me blind, and so on, are freely subject to passivization. In connection with 19 Harris has suggested, 1952, pages 24 to 25, that it may be possible to express the meaning relation on distributional grounds, but his suggestions as to how this might be possible have not yet been developed to the point where their merits can be evaluated. Notice that the problems mentioned here admit of no merely terminological solution. Thus we could perfectly well state the facts relating to 19 in terms of such new notions as semantic subject, semantic object, various kinds of sememes, etc. But such proliferation of terminology contributes nothing toward clarifying the serious issues raised by such examples. 14. As pointed out in Note 15, Chapter 2, a distinctive feature matrix is simply a way of representing a set of abstract phonological features, so that a lexical entry, a formative, may be regarded simply as a set of features, with further structure defined on them in the manner suggested informally in this discussion. 15. With respect to selectional features, alternative 4 is well motivated. See Note 20. 246. Notes. To say that a feature is positively, negatively, specified is to say that it is marked plus, respectively, minus. Notice that these or any analogous conventions make a distinction amounting to the marked, unmarked distinction that has often been discussed, though quite inconclusively, in connection with features and categories. 16. Such examples as sincerity frightens can be found, of course, but only as, rather mannered, transforms of sincerity frightens unspecified object, and so on. The possibilities for this are, in fact, quite limited. For example, no one would interpret his sincerity was frightening as ambiguous. Notice that words of the category of frightened do appear quite naturally as intransitives in surface structures, as in John frightens easily. This in fact is much more general, cf. The book reads easily, etc. But this is irrelevant here. In such a case, the grammatical subject is the logical object, that is, the direct object of the deep structure unspecified subject frightens John easily. The often obligatory adverbial of manner, in these cases, suggests that one might seek a generalization involving also the passive transformation. 17. The latter would be interpretable only as a deviant sentence. 18. One might question the factual correctness of this, particularly in the case of minus count, plus minus abstract. I have been assuming that the features minus count, plus abstract, characterize the true abstract nouns such as virtue, justice, while the features minus count, minus abstract, characterize the mass nouns such as water, dirt. But there is a subdivision of inanimate count nouns that seems to correspond to this, namely the distinction into plus concrete, such as table, mountain, and minus concrete, such as problem, effort. If it turns out that the features plus minus concrete and plus minus abstract, as sub-features of minus animate and minus count, respectively, should be identified, then the feature abstract would be cross-classifying rather than hierarchic with respect to plus count. This question is not easy to resolve without much more empirical study, however. 19. The desirability of such a convention was pointed out by Paul Postel. 20. Notice that if we were explicitly to list positively specified rather than negatively specified selectional features in the lexicon, then this convention would have to be extended to selectional features as well. Thus we should not want to have to list both the features corresponding to takes human subject and takes animate subject for run, for example. Such a convention would, in effect, treat a selectional feature as itself being a kind of complex symbol. Notes. 247. 21. As always, there are a few exceptions that require separate statement. Recall that we have presented some reasons for regarding the phrase bipassive, where passive is a dummy terminal symbol, replaceable, in fact, by the universal dummy symbol comma as a manner adverbial. A verb that can appear only in the passive would therefore be an exception to this rule. For example, he is said to be a rather decent fellow, or, perhaps, such forms as he was shorn of all dignity. 22. The phonological redundancy rules are also subject to certain universal constraints, and there is no doubt that, for all features, These constraints go well beyond what has been illustrated here. As these are formulated, they will also play the role of general conventions, that is, aspects of the general definition of human language, that can be relied on to reduce the specificity of particular grammars. 23. See Halley 1959A, 1959B, 1961, 1962A, 1964. Cf. Also the discussion of evaluation procedures and explanatory adequacy in Chapter 1, Sections 6, 7, and in the references given there. Notice that Halley's definition of the notion formologically admissible, that is, accidental versus systematic gap, suggests what in Chapter 1 was called a formal rather than a substantive linguistic universal, though there are, no doubt, also substantive constraints to be discovered here. 24. As possible example of accidental gaps, we might point to the non-existence of a verb X taking as direct object expressions designating animals and having otherwise the same meaning as the transitive grow, so that he X's dogs is parallel in meaning to he grows corn. Raise appears to cover both senses, or the absence of a word that bears to plants the relation that corpse bears to animals. This example was suggested by D.G. Bever. 25. Thus we can regard the category of case in German as a 4-valued, gender as a 3-valued, and number as a 2-valued dimension, and we can consider all nouns as being arrayed in a single multi-valued dimension of declensional classes. Presumably, this is not the optimal analysis, and further structure must be imposed along these dimensions. It is also possible to try to give a language-independent characterization of these categories. These are important matters and have been the subject of much study that, however, goes well beyond the scope of this discussion. I shall therefore consider only an unstructured description in these illustrative examples. 248. Notes. 26. Simply for expository purposes, let us take the integers in the order of conventional presentations, so that 1 gender is masculine, 2 number is plural, 2 case is genitive, and Bruder is assigned to class 1 along the dimension of declensional class. Notice that we have assumed all along that features are binary, that they simply partition their domain of applicability into 2 disjunct classes. There was no logical necessity for this. In phonology, it seems clear that the distinctive features are, in fact, best regarded as binary in their phonological function. Cf. For example, Halley, 1957, though obviously not always in their phonetic function. Thus in the case of the feature stress, we can easily find 5 or more degrees that must be marked in English, and other phonetic features would also have to be regarded as multi-valued in a detailed grammar. It has been maintained, cf. Jacobson, 1936, that such dimensions as case should also be analyzed into a hierarchy of binary features, like phonological distinctive features, but we shall not consider this question here. 27. That is, the categorical rule that develops nouns will not be n, cf. p. 122, but rather n, number, equals plus or minus for English or German, though it may have more values or a different organization of values, cf. Note 25, for other systems. 28. Actually, in descriptivist grammars of the item and arrangement type, the latter might be omitted, since its only function is to permit some generality to be introduced into the morphophonemic rules, and since these grammars are, in fact, designed in such a way as to exclude the possibility of all but the most elementary general rules. See Chomsky, 1964, pp. 31f, for discussion. 29. This defect of morphemic analysis of inflectional systems, which is quite serious, in practice, was pointed out to me by Morris Halley. 30. Thus, an alternative to the analysis presented in 30 would be to regard a lexical item such as Bruder as consisting of a stem followed by an ending, and to regard the ending as belonging to the paradigmatic categories. 31. In the last few years, there has been very intensive and fruitful study of the transformational cycle of Russian and Latvian phonology. For references, see Chomsky, 1964, Note 6, p. 14. The rules that constitute this system apply to phrase markers, and consequently their formulation depends very heavily on answers to the questions being considered here. There has, so far, been no serious investigation of how a transformational notes. 249. Cycle applies to a feature system and to phrase markers such as 30. When this is clarified, it will be possible to bring phonological evidence to bear on the question of morphemic versus paradigmatic representation of inflectional systems. For the moment, the empirical evidence suggests that the ordering of the transformational cycle in phonology is determined completely by categories, not features, though of course certain rules may be restricted in application in terms of syntactic features. This is, furthermore, the most natural assumption, if we regard the features as actually constituting the terminal symbol, the formative. 32. This formative might, in fact, be regarded as consisting of the feature, plus definite, hence as a degenerate complex symbol that is expanded by the rule into the full complex symbol, plus definite, gender, number, case. See Note 38 for some support for this assumption. 33. Variables over feature specifications were used in Chomsky, Halley, and Lukoff, 1956, and Halley and Chomsky, 1960, in developing the transformational stress cycle. The idea of using them to deal with assimilation is due to Halley, 1962b. T. G. Bever has pointed out that the same device can be applied to a description of various kinds of alternations that involve feature shift, for example, up, out. Cf. Bever, 1963, Bever and Langendon, 1963. 34. C. Lees, 1961, and Smith, 1961. When the two adjectives are paired in a rather special way that is for the present poorly understood, the transformation is not blocked even when they are distinct. Thus we have such forms as this is taller than that is wide. Cf. Harris, 1957, p. 314. 35. Notice that the distinction that is emerging in this discussion is not coincident with that suggested in Note 30. It is interesting to note that the correctness of such examples as 40 has been questioned. In one of the earliest descriptive studies of French, Vagelis, 1647, pages 461 to 462, maintains that such a façon de parler cannot be considered either absolument mauvaise or faute bonne, and suggests that it be avoided when masculine and feminine forms of the adjective differ. Thus, a man speaking to a woman should not say je suis plus beau que vous, but should rather, pour parler régulièrement, resort to the paraphrase je suis plus beau que vous and spell, although it would be perfectly all right for him to say je suis plus riche que vous. 36. This fact, pointed out to me by Brandon Quarles, raises various difficulties for the analysis of comparatives. In particular, if such sentences as 250 notes 41 are regarded as derived from I know several lawyers who are more successful than Bill by noun adjective inversion following deletion of who are, as seems quite plausible. We must somehow account for such facts as the following: the impossibility of I know a more clever man than Maori, or I have never seen a heavier book than this rock, although the presumed sources of these, namely, I know a man, who is more clever than Mary and I have never seen a book, which is heavier than this rock, are perfectly all right. The fact that the sentence I have never read a more intricate poem than Tristram Shandy implies that the latter is a poem, whereas the sentence I have never read a poem, which is more intricate than Tristram Shandy, which, in this view, is taken to be its source, does not imply that Tristram Shandy is a poem, etc. Again, as throughout this discussion, I should like to emphasize that there is no particular difficulty in formulating an ad hoc system of transformational rules that will have the desired properties. The problem, rather, is to provide some explanation for such phenomena as those of the preceding paragraph. 37. The deletion of the pluralized non-definite article is automatic in this position. 38. Similar considerations may account for another apparent violation of the general condition on recoverability of deletions. As has frequently been observed, the identity condition for relativization involves only the noun, and not the determiner of the deleted noun phrase. Thus, from I have a, the friend is from England friend we conform, by relativization, I have a friend, who is, from England in the usual way. The deleted noun phrase is the friend, and the problem is the deletion of the article, which differs from the article that is used to erase it by the relative transformation. The embedded sentence could not be a friend is from England, in which case the problem would not arise, since definiteness of the article is automatic in this position. But the fact that definiteness is obligatory suggests that in the underlying phrase marker the article be left unspecified for definiteness, this being added by a redundancy rule, in this case, an obligatory transformation. If this is the correct analysis, then by the principle just established, deletion of the article will be permissible, since in its underlying form it is non-distinct from the article of the noun phrase of the matrix sentence. Note that this decision requires a feature analysis for articles with plus-minus definite, taken as a syntactic feature. Notes 251. 39. Notice that although sad, for example, need not be marked in the lexicon for post-animateness, if we decide that what is involved here is not a matter of homonymity, it may very well be assigned contextual features corresponding to various sub-features of minus animate, so as to characterize as deviant such sentences as the pencil is sad, which cannot receive an interpretation analogous to that of the book was sad. This matter has no relevance to the point at issue, though it raises non-trivial problems of a different sort. 40. We oversimplify somewhat. Thus the constituent base phrase marker, in this case, might contain a certain nominalization morpheme in place of the pre-aspect part of the auxiliary. 41. These constructions are interesting in many respects. See Lees, 1960a, pp. 64f, Chomsky, 1964, pp. 47f, and Katz and Postal, 1964, pp. 120f, for discussion. 42. Here, too, we might raise the question whether the nominalization element should be represented as a morpheme nom or as one of the features f1, fm, in this case, a feature added by the transformation. 43. A detailed study of one system of essentially this sort, namely formation of the compound nouns, is presented in Lees, 1960a, Chapter 4, and Appendices. See now also Zimmer, 1964. 44. Cf. Also note 30. Perhaps it will be possible to rephrase this convention as part of a general definition of the notion word. That is, one might try to state a general rule determining placement of word boundaries in terms of lexical categories and branching within the scope of complex symbols. This possibility was suggested by some observations of Paul Postal's, and should be further explored. 45. A related class of problems is examined briefly by Harris, 1957, section 4.5, in his discussion of the quasi-transformation. Ilner, in various articles, for example, Ilner, 1961, has listed many examples of poorly understood quasi-productive processes. Such lists simply indicate areas where all presently known theories of language have failed to provide any substantial insight, and they can be extended in many ways, with little difficulty. Illner suggests that his examples support an alternative theory of grammar, but this seems to me an entirely unwarranted conclusion, for reasons discussed elsewhere, in particular, Chomsky, 1964, p. 54. Bibliography. Aristotle. De Anima. Translated by J. A. Smith. In R. McKeown, ed., The Basic Works of Aristotle. New York, Random House, 1941. Arnold, A. and P. Nicole, 1662. La logique, ou l'art de penser. Austin, J. L. 1956. A Plea for Excuses. Proceedings of the Aristotelian Society. Reprinted in J. O. Urmson and G. J. Warnock, eds. Philosophical Papers of J. L. Austin. London, Oxford University Press, 1961. Bark, E. 1964. Subcategories in Transformational Grammars. In H. Lunt, ed. Proceedings of the 9th International Congress of Linguists. The Hague, Mouton and Company, Bar Hillel, Y. 1954. Logical Syntax and Semantics. Language, 30, pages 230 to 237. 1960. The Present Status of Automatic Translation of Languages. In F. L. Alt, ed., Advances in Computers, Volume I, pages 91 to 63. New York, Academic Press. A. Kasher, and E. Shamir, 1963. Measures of Syntactic Complexity. Report for U.S. Office of Naval Research, Information Systems Branch. Jerusalem. B.T. J. 1788. Theory of Language. London. Bever, T. G. 1963. The E.O. Ablaut in Old English. Quarterly Progress Report, number 69, Research Laboratory of Electronics, pages 203 to 207. And T. Langendone, 1963. The Reciprocating Cycle of the Indo-European E.O. Ablaut. Quarterly Progress Report, number 69, Research Laboratory of Electronics, MIT, pages 202 to 203. 254. Bibliography. And P. Rosenbaum, forthcoming. 2 Studies on Syntax and Semantics. Bedford, Mass. MIT Corporation Technical Reports. Block, B. 1950. Studies in Colloquial Japanese for Phonemics. Language, 26, pages 86 to 125. Reprinted in M. Juice, ed., Readings in Linguistics. Washington, 1957. Bloomfield, L. 1933. Language. New York, Holt. Bloomfield, M. 1963. A Grammatical Approach to Personification Allegory. Modern Philology, 60, pages 161 to 171. Illner, D. L. 1961. Syntactic Blends and Other Matter. Language, 37, pages 366 to 381. Brilland, K. and M. Brilland, 1961. The Misbehavior of Organisms. American Psychologist, 16, pages 681 to 684. Chomsky, N. 1951. Morphophonemics of Modern Hebrew. Unpublished Master's Thesis, University of Pennsylvania. 1955. The Logical Structure of Linguistic Theory. Mimeographed, MIT Library, Cambridge, Mass. 1956. 3 Models for the Description of Language. IRE Transactions on Information Theory, Volume IT 2, pages 113 to 124. Reprinted, with corrections, in Artilus, R. Bush, and E. Galanta, eds. Readings in Mathematical Psychology, Volume 2. New York, Wiley, 1965. 1957. Syntactic Structures. The Hague, Mouton and Company. L 959A. On certain formal properties of grammars. Information and Control, 2, pp. 137 to 167. Reprinted in Articulation, R. Bush, and E. Gallanter, eds. Readings in Mathematical Psychology, Volume 2. New York, Wiley, 1965. 1959b. Review of Skinner, 1957. Language, 35, pages 26 to 58. Reprinted in Fodor and Katz, 1964. 1961. Some methodological remarks on generative grammar. Word, 17, pages 219 to 239. Reprinted in part in Fodor and Katz, 1964. 1962a. A transformational approach to syntax. In A. Hill, ed. Proceedings of the 1958 Conference on Problems of Linguistic Analysis in English, pages 124 to 148. Austin, Texas. Reprinted in Fodor and Katz, 1964. 1962b. Explanatory Models in Linguistics. In E. Nagel, P. Supps, and A. Tasky, Logic, Methodology and Philosophy of Science. Stanford, California, Stanford University Press. Bibliography. 255. 1963. Formal Properties of Grammars. In Articulation, R. Bush, and E. Gallanter, eds. Handbook of Mathematical Psychology, Volume 2, pages 323 to 418. New York, Wiley. 1964. Current Issues in Linguistic Theory. The Hague, Mouton and Company. A slightly early version appears in Fodor and Katz, 1964. This is a revised and expanded version of a paper presented to the session The Logical Basis of Linguistic Theory at the 9th International Congress of Linguists, Cambridge, Mass., 1962. It appears under the title of the session in H. Lunt, ed. Proceedings of the Congress. The Hague, Mouton and Co., 1964. In Press. Topics in the Theory of Generative Grammar. In T.A. Sebiok, ed. Current Trends in Linguistics. Volume 3. Linguistic Theory. The Hague, Mouton and Company. Forthcoming. Cartesian Linguistics. M. Halley and F. Lukoff, 1956. On Accent and Juncture in English. In M. Halley, H. Lunt, and H. MacLean, eds. For Roman Jacobson, pages 65 to 80. The Hague, Mouton and Company. And G. Haemler, 1963. Introduction to the Formal Analysis of Natural Languages. In Articulation, R. Bush, and E. Gallanter, eds. Handbook of Mathematical Psychology, Volume 2, pages 269 to 322. New York, Wiley. And M. P. Schetzenberger, 1963. The Algebraic Theory of Context-Free Languages. In P. Braffett and D. Hirschberg, eds. Computer Programming and Formal Systems, pages 119 to 161. Studies in Logic Series. Amsterdam, North Holland. Koordemai, G. De, 1667. A Philosophical Discourse Concerning Speech. The English translation is dated 1668. Cudworth, R. 1731. A Treatise Concerning Eternal and Immutable Morality. Edited by E. Chandler. Curry, H. B. 1961. Some Logical Aspects of Grammatical Structure. In R. Jacobson, ed. Structure of Language and its Mathematical Aspects, Proceedings of the 12th Symposium in Applied Mathematics, pages 56 to 68. Providence, R. I. American Mathematical Society. Descartes, R. 1641. Meditations. 1647. Notes directed against a certain program. Both works by Descartes translated by E. S. Haldane and G. T. Ross in the Philosophical Works of Descartes, Volume I. New York, Dover, 1955. 256. Bibliography. Diderot, D. 1751. Lettres aux les et muettes. Page references are to J. Assazat, ed. Ouvres Complètes de Diderot, Volume I, 1875, Paris, Garnier Frears. Dixon, R. W. 1963. Linguistic Science and Logic. The Hague, Mouton and Company. Dumarsais, C. Ch. 1729, Les Véritables Principes de la Grammaire. On the dating of this manuscript, see Salin, 1928, p. 9. 1769. Logique et Principes de Grammaire. Fillmore, G. J. 1963. The Position of Embedding Transformations in a Grammar. Word, 19, pages 208 to 231. Fodor, J. A. and J. J. Katz, eds. 1964. The Structure of Language, Readings in the Philosophy of Language. Englewood Cliffs, N. J. Prentice Hall. Foot, P. 1961. Goodness and Choice. Proceedings of the Aristotelian Society, Supplementary Volume 35, pages 45 to 80. Fraser, B. 1963. The Position of Conjoining Transformations in a Grammar. Mimeographed. Bedford, Mass. Mitre Corporation. Forthcoming, on the notion-derived constituent structure. Proceedings of the 1964 Magdeburg Symposium, System des Sprache. Frischkopf, L. S. and M. H. Goldstein, 1963. Responses to acoustic stimuli from single units in the eighth nerve of the bullfrog. Journal of the Acoustical Society of America, 35, pages 1219 to 1228. Ginsberg, S. and H. G. Rice, 1962. Two Families of Languages Related to Algol. Journal of the Association for Computing Machinery, 10, pages 350 to 371. Gleason, E. 1961. Introduction to Descriptive Linguistics, 2nd edition. New York, Holt, Reinhardt and Winston. 1964. The Organization of Language, a Stratificational View. In C. I. J. M. Stewart, ed. Report of the 15th Annual Round Table Meeting on Linguistics and Language Studies, pages 75 to 95. Washington, D. C. Georgetown University Press. Greenberg, J. H. 1963. Some Universals of Grammar with particular reference to the order of meaningful elements. In J. H. Greenberg, ed. Universals of Language, 58 to 90. Cambridge, MIT Press. Bibliography. 257. Glittman, L. 1961. Conjunction with and, Transformations and Discourse Analysis Projects, Number 40, mimeographed. Philadelphia, University of Pennsylvania. Gross, M. 1964. On the Equivalence of Models of Language Used in the Fields of Mechanical Translation and Information Retrieval. Information Storage and Retrieval, 2, pages 43 to 57. Hall, B. 1964. Review of Soomjan and Sobolver, 1963. Language 40, pages 397 to 410. Halley, M. 1957. In Defense of the Number 2. In Epigram, ed. Studies presented to Joshua Watmouth. The Hague, Mouton and Company. 1959a. Questions of Linguistics. Nuovo Cemento, 13, pages 494 to 517. 1959b. The Sound Pattern of Russian. The Hague, Mouton and Company. 1961. On the Role of the Simplicity in Linguistic Description. In articulation, ed. Structure of Language and its Mathematical Aspects. Proceedings of the 12th Symposium in Applied Mathematics. Pages 89 to 94. Providence, R.I., American Mathematical Society. 1962a. Phonology in Generative Grammar. Word, 18, pages 54 to 72. Reprinted in Fodor and Katz, 1964. 1962b. A Descriptive Convention for Treating Assimilation and Dissimilation. Quarterly Progress Report, number 66, Research Laboratory of Electronics, MIT, pages 295 to 296. 1964. On the Basis of Phonology. In Fodor and Katz, 1964. And N. Chomsky, 1960. The Morphophonemics of English. Quarterly Progress Report, number 58, Research Laboratory of Electronics, MIT, pages 275 to 281. In Preparation. The Sound Pattern of English. New York, Harper and Row. And K. Stevens, 1962. Speech Recognition, a Model and a Program for Research. IRE Transactions in Information Theory, Volume 8, pages 155 to 159. Reprinted in Fodor and Katz, 1964. Harmon, G. H. 1963. Generative Grammars Without Transformational Rules, A Defense of Phrase Structure. Language, 39, pages 597 to 616. Harris, Z. S. 1951. Methods in Structural Linguistics. Chicago, University of Chicago Press. 258. Bibliography. 1952. Discourse Analysis. Language, 28, pages 18 to 23. 1954. Distributional Structure. Word, 10, pages 146 to 162. 1957. Co-occurrence and Transformation in Linguistic Structure. Language, 33, pages 293 to 340. Held, R. and S. J. Friedman, 1963. Plasticity in Human Sensory Motor Control. Science, 142, pages 455 to 462. And A. Hein, 1963. Movement-Produced Stimulation in the Development of Visually Guided Behavior. Journal of Comparative and Physiological Psychology, 56, pages 872 to 876. Herbert of Chibury, 1624. De Veritate. Translated by M. H. Carr, 1937. University of Bristol Studies, No. 6. His, H. 1961. Congrammaticality, Batteries of Transformations and Grammatical Categories. In R. Jacobson, ed. Structure of Language and its Mathematical Aspects. Proceedings of the 12th Symposium in Applied Mathematics, pages 43 to 50. Providence, R.I., American Mathematical Society. Hockett, C. F. 1958. A Course in Modern Linguistics. New York, Macmillan. 1961. Linguistic Elements and Their Relations. Language, 37, pages 29 to 53. Hubel, D. H. and T. N. Wiesel, 1962. Receptive Fields, Binocular Interaction and Functional Architecture in the Cat's Visual Cortex. Journal of Physiology, 160, pages 106 to 154. Hall, C. L. 1943. Principles of Behavior. New York, Appleton Century Crofts. Humboldt, W. von. 1836. Über die Wichtigkeit des menschlichen Spraches. Berlin. Hume, D. 1748. An Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding. Jacobson, R. 1936. Betrag zur Allgemeinen Verwaltungsdurchsuchung Linguistik de Prague, 6, pages 240 to 288. Jesperson, O. 1924. Philosophy of Grammar. London, Allen and Unwin. Katz, J. J. 1964a. Semi-sentences. Infodor and Katz, 1964. 1964b. Analyticity and Contradiction in Natural Language. Infodor and Katz, 1964. Bibliography. 259. 1964c. Mentalism in Linguistics. Language, 40, pages 124 to 137. 1964d. Semantic Theory and the Meaning of Good. Journal of Philosophy. Forthcoming. Innate Ideas. And J. A. Fodor. The Structure of a Semantic Theory. Language, 39, pages 170 to 210. Reprinted in Fodor and Katz, 1964. And J. A. Fodor, 1964. A Reply to Dixon's A Trend in Semantics. Linguistics, 3, pages 19 to 29. And P. Postel, 1964. An Integrated Theory of Linguistic Descriptions. Cambridge, Mass., MIT Press. Klimmer, E. S. 1964. Negation in English. Infodor and Katz, 1964. Lancelot, C. A. Arnold, et al. 1660. Grammaire générale lettres unis. Lees, R. B. 1957. Review of Chomsky, 1957. Language, 33, pages 375 to 407. 1968. The Grammar of English Nominalizations. The Hague, Mouton and Company. 1960b. A multiply ambiguous adjectival construction in English. Language, 36, pages 207 to 221. 1961. Grammatical Analysis of the English Comparative Construction. Word, 17, pages 171 to 185. And E. S. Klimmer, 1963. Rules for English Pronominalization. Language, 39, pages 17 to 28. Leibniz, G. W. New Essays Concerning Human Understanding. Translated by A. G. Langley. La Salle, L. Open Court, 1949. Lietzmann, A. 1908. Briefwechsels Wissen W. von Humboldt and A. W. Schlegel. Halle, Niemeyer. Lemon, W. B. and G. H. Patterson, 1964. Depth Perception in Sheep. Science, 145, p. 835. Lenneberg, E. 1960. Language, Evolution, and Purposive Behavior. In S. Diamond, ed. Culture in History, Essays in Honor of Paul Radin. New York, Columbia University Press. Reprinted in a revised and extended version under the title The Capacity for Language Acquisition in Fodor and Katz, 1964. 260. Bibliography. In preparation. The Biological Basis of Language. Letvin, J. Y. H. R. Michana, W. S. McCulloch, and W. H. Pitts, 1959. What the Frog's Eye Tells the Frog's Brain. Proceedings of the IRE, 47, pages 1940 to 1951. Luria, A. R. and O. S. Vinogradova, 1959. An Objective Investigation of the Dynamics of Semantic Systems. British Journal of Psychology, 50, pages 89 to 105. Matthews, G. H. 1964. Hidatsa Syntax. The Hague, Mouton and Company. Matthews, P. H. 1961. Transformational Grammar. Archivum Linguisticum, 13, pp. 196 to 209. Miller, G. A. and N. Chomsky, 1963. Finitary Models of Language Uses. Inartilus, R. Bush, and E. Gallanter, eds. Handbook of Mathematical Psychology, Volume 2, ch. 13, pages 419 to 492. New York, Wiley. E. Gallanter, and K. H. Bribram, 1960. Plans and the Structure of Behavior. New York, Henry Holt. And Guess. Isard, 1963. Some Perceptual Consequences of Linguistic Rules. Journal of Verbal Learning and Verbal Behavior, 2, number 3, pages 217 to 228. And Guess. Isard, 1964. Free Recall of Self-Embedded English Sentences. Information and Control, 7, pages 292 to 303. And D. A. Norman, 1964. Research on the Use of Formal Languages in the Behavioral Sciences. Semi-Annual Technical Report, Department of Defense, Advanced Research Projects Agency, January to June 1964, pages 10 to 11. Cambridge, Harvard University, Center for Cognitive Studies. And M. Stein, 1963. Gromarimer. Scientific Report No. CS2, December. Cambridge, Harvard University, Center for Cognitive Studies. Oman, U. 1964. Nominal Compounds in Modern Literary Hebrew. Unpublished Doctoral Dissertation, Jerusalem, Hebrew University. Paul, H. 1886. Prinzipien des Sprachgeschichte, 2nd edition. Translated into English by H. A. Strong. London, Longmans, Green and Co., 1891. Peshkevsky, A. M. 1956. Ruske Syntaxis v Nauchne Mozvshkania Moscow. Bibliography. 261. Postal, P. M. 1962a. Some Syntactic Rules in Mohawk. Unpublished Doctoral Dissertation, New Haven, Yale University. 1962b. On the Limitations of Context-Free Phrase Structure Description. Quarterly Progress Report Number 64, Research Laboratory of Electronics, MIT, pages 231 to 238. 1964a. Constituent Structure, a Study of Contemporary Models of Syntactic Description. The Hague, Mouton and Company. 1964b. Underlying and Superficial Linguistic Structure. Harvard Educational Review, 34, pp. 246 to 266. 1964 c. Limitations of phrase structure grammars. In Fodor and Katz, 1964. Gwyn, W. V. 1960. Word and Object. Cambridge, Mass., MIT Press, and New York, Wiley. Reichling, A. 1961. Principles and Methods of Syntax, Cryptanalytical Formalism. Lingua, 10, pages 1 to 17. Reed, T. 1785. Essays on the Intellectual Powers of Man. Page references are to the abridged edition by A. D. Woolsey, 1941, London, Macmillan and Company. Rosenblum, P. 1950. The Elements of Mathematical Logic. New York, Dover. Russell, B. 1940. An Inquiry into Meaning and Truth. London, Alien and Unwin. Ryle, G. 1931. Systematically Misleading Expressions. Proceedings of the Aristotelian Society. Reprinted in A. G. N. Flew, ed., Logic and Language, First Series. Oxford, Blackwell, 1951. 1953. Ordinary Language. Philosophical Review, 62, pages 167 to 186. Salin, G. 1928. Ces chefs du Marseillais et son rôle dans l'évolution de la grammaire générale. Paris, Presses Universitaires. Somjan, S. K. and P.A. Sobolver, 1963. Applicativní porost jusqu'à un model isylení transformatic viruscom jazyk. Moscow, Izdatelstvo Akademia Nauka SSR. Schachter, P. 1962. Review, R. B. Lees, Grammar of English Nominalizations. International Journal of American Linguistics, 28, pages 134 to 145. 262. Bibliography. Schlesinger, I. 1964. The Influence of Sentence Structure on the Reading Process. Unpublished doctoral dissertation, Jerusalem, Hebrew University. Shamir, E. 1961. On Sequential Grammars. Technical Report No. 7, ON Information Systems Branch, November 1961. To appear in Zeitschrift für Ethik, Sprachwissenschaft and Kommunikationsforschung. Skinner, B. F. 1957. Verbal Behavior. New York, Appleton Century Crofts. Smith, C. S. 1961. A Class of Complex Modifiers in English Language, 37, pages 342 to 365. Stockwell, R. and P. Schachter, 1962. Rules for a Segment of English Syntax. Mimeographed, Los Angeles, University of California. Sutherland, N. S. 1959. Stimulus Analyzing Mechanisms. Mechanization of Thought Processes, Volume 2, National Physical Laboratory Symposium No. 10, London. 1964. Visual Discrimination in Animals. British Medical Bulletin, 20, pages 54 to 59. Sweet, H. 1913. Collected Papers, arranged by H. C. Wilde. Oxford, Clarendon Press. Waddell, W. F. 1935. On Defining the Phoneme. Language Monograph No. 16. Reprinted in part in M. Juice, ed., Reading in Linguistics. Washington, 1957. Ellenbeck, E. M. 1963. An Appraisal of Transformation Theory. Lingua, 12, pages 1 to 18. 1964. Discussion in the Session Logical Basis of Linguistic Theory. In H. Lunt, ed., Proceedings of the 9th Congress of Linguists, pages 981 to 983. The Hague, Mouton and Company. Ullman, S. 1959. The Principles of Semantics. 2nd edition. Glasgow, Jackson, Son and Company. Vagelis, C. F. de 1647. Remarques sur la langue française. Facsimile edition, Paris, Librairie Idros, 1934. Wilson, J. C. 1926. Statement and Inference, Volume I. Oxford, Clarendon Press. Bibliography. 263. Wittgenstein, L. 1953. Philosophical Investigations. Oxford, Blackwell's. V. 1960. A Model and Hypothesis for Language Structure. Proceedings of the American Philosophical Society, 104, pages 444 to 466. Zaira, E. 1964. Linking Verbs and Non-Linking Verbs. Language 12, pages 13 to 20. Zimmer, K. E. 1964. Affix negation in English and Other Languages. Monograph number 5, Supplement to Word, 20. Index. Acquisition Model. See Language Learning, Acquisition Model. Adequacy, Empirical Adverbials, 109 to 114, 204 to 206. 230 N18, 231 N23, 232 N27 to 234 N28, 235 N32, 246 N16, 247 N21. Analyzability, 57 to 58, 106, 130, 131, 153, 154, 157, 232 N25, 241 N13. Anderson, T. 228 N13. Assimilation, Rules of 188, 249 N33. Bark, E. 228 N13. Base Component General Structure, 90 to 97, 106, 107. 129, 131, 137, 145, 146, 150. Illustrated, 115 to 119. Transformational rules in 130. Base rules, types of 119 to 136. Basis of a sentence, 16. 137 to 139. BT, James, 3 to 4. Behaviorism, 207 N1, 219 N26, 220 NN. 30 to 31. Bever, T. G. 172, 244 N10, 247 N24, 249 N33. Bloomfield, L. 220 N30, 229 N16. Bullner, D. L. 251 N45. Boundary symbol, 71. Case, 237 N35. Categories grammatical, 69 to 73, 93 to 94, 154. Lexical, 80, 88, 90, 124. 178, 226 N9, 227 N11, 234 N29. Subcategorization of 85. Major, 80, 115, 124, 226 N6. Competence, 1, 2, 4, 7 to 9, 14, 17, 24, 26, 33. 35, 150, 207, N1. And performance, 8, 24, 150. Complex symbols, 89 to 97, 100 to 103, 106, 110, 118, 120, 129, 131, 202, 203, 234 and 29, 249 and 30. Two-component base. C base component categorial, 129, 130 to 134, 137, 143, 145, 202 transformational, 146, 148, 150, 151, 187, 240 and 10. See also grammar, generative concatenation systems, 133, 134 constructions, causative, 203 comparative, 191 to 193, 196, 197, 249 and 36 coordinated, 211 and 7, 212 and 8, 239 and 7, 240 and 11 left branching, 11 to 12, 211 and 7 to 212 and 8 multiple branching, 11 to 13, 211 and 7, 212 and 8 nested, 11 to 13, 212 and 8 right branching, 11 to 12, 211 and 7 self-embedded, 11 to 12 concurrence, 103, 235 and 30, 244 and 13, 266. Index. Cudworth, R, 50 to 51. Curry, H, B, 236 and 34. Deep structure, 15 to 17, 22 to 23, 29, 75, 107, 126, 129, 131, 145, 174, 175, 190 to 191, 193, 213 and 12, 224 and 2, 235 and 30, 235 and 32, 237 and 35, 239 and 9, 240 and 11, 244 and 11, 245 and 13 aspects of, 69 to 115 defined, 145, 213 and 12 and grammatical transformations, 137 to 157. Derivation, 71, 92, 95 to 96, 106, 152 sequential, 72 transformational, 144, 153 Descartes, R, 49 to 50, 214 and 12, 217 and 21 dictionary definitions, 172 Diderot, D, 5 direct object, logical, 22 distinctive feature theory, 28, 57, 70, 86, 87 distinctness of feature matrices, 87, 90, 91, 118, 132, 194, 195 to 196, 235 and 29 Dixon, R. W. 208 and 2 Dumas, C. C. H. 4, 214 and 12 dummy symbol, 130, 141, 143, 155, 237, N1. Empiricism, 48, 53 to 56, 60, 218 and 25, 220 and 30 to 221 and 31, 221 and 33. Ethology, 59 evaluation measures, 33, 35 to 48, 64. 105, 127, 181 to 182, 217 and 22, 218 and 24, 225 and 4, 241 and 15, 247 and 23 and notational conventions, 43 to 47 exceptions, 206, 233 and 28, 247 and 21. Features contextual, 100, 118, 129, 131, 149, 159, 162, 166, 167, 177, 197, 244 and 13, 251 and 39 distinctive or phonological, 152, 228 and 15, 245 and 14, 248 and 26 selectional, 130, 159, 166, 176 to 177, 245 and 15. Semantic, 94 to 95, 118, 128, 152, 165, 176, 204, 213 and 11, 241 and 15 strict subcategorization, 159, 176 to 177 syntactic, 80 to 85, 89 to 94, 103, 104, 117 to 118, 120, 121, 128, 152 to 153, 165, 176, 183, 185, 189, 204, 229 and 15, 230 and 17, 231 and 24, 243 and 3, 249 and 31, 250 and 38 field properties, 172, 173, 176 Firthian linguistics, 220 and 34 Door, J. A. 165, 176, 229 and 15 formatives, 1, 13, 15, 69, 91, 153 to 154, 155, 194 to 195, 245 and 14, 249 and 31 to 32 grammatical, 69 to 70, 130 lexical, 69 to 70, 73, 80, 85, 87, 88, 90, 93. See also lexical entries, functional notions, 73 to 80 functions, grammatical, 22, 73 to 80, 93, 121, 135, 145, 152, 174, 235 and 30, 239 and 8. Generative capacity strong, 40, 62 to 65, 95, 107, 222 and 35 weak, 62 to 65, 96 to 97, 106, 222 and 35 Grammea General Letters and Lancelot et al. 5, 125, 126, 146, 213 and 12, 236 and 33 Grammar Generative base component in 115 to 119 defined, 3, 6 to 7, 8, 64, 224 and 2 delimitation of 35 first attempts at 85 organization of 14 to 17, 67 in performance models, 8, 14 phonological component of 14 to 15, 28, 29, 36, 40, 46, 81, 86, 87, 94, 96, 145, 151, 153, 188, 213 n10 semantic component of 14 to 15, 28, 80, 83, 84, 94, 142, 145, 151, 156, 165, 166, 169, 170, 171 to 176, 212 n10 projection rules of 154. Index 267. Syntactic component of 1, 14 to 16, 28, 84, 85, 94, 96, 125, 145, 149, 151, 156, 162, 165, 166, 169 to 171, 213 and 11 base of 16, 67 to 68 defined, 151 transformational component of 16, 141 grammar, particular, 4 to 7 opposed to universal grammar, 4 to 5 grammar, philosophical, 4 grammar, types of constituent structure, 71, 131 context-free, 63, 71, 149, 222 and 36, 230 and 18 context-sensitive, 63, 230 and 18 selectional rules, 103 to 105 subcategorization rules, 97 to 115, 121 finite state, 222 and 36 phrase structure, 63, 71, 95 to 97, 106, 107, 131, 146, 149 to 150, 220 and 30, 224 and 4, 225 and 4, 228 and 13 sequential, 226 and 5 stratificational, 236 and 34 structuralist, 3, 5 traditional, 3, 5, 6, 67 to 68, 78, 117, 185, 208 and 2, 237 and 35 transformational, 15, 56, 61, 75, 96, 105, 131, 212 and 8, 226 and 5, 232 and 25 theory of, 57, 143, 145, 146, 153, 223 and 37 grammar, universal, 4 to 6, 28, 70, 124 to 126, 151 to 152, 154, 247 and 21 grammar and philosophical error, 213 and 12 grammar's justification of, 17 to 27, 33, 41, 42 recursive property of, 146, 240 and 11 simplicity of, 38, 41 grammaticalness, 1, 9 to 10, 18, 80 to 85, 94, 209 and 5, 228 and 12, 242 and 2, 243 and 5 degrees of, 159 to 164 Grice, A. P. 240 and 9. Hall, Barbara, 231 and 23, 244 and 11. Halley, M. 46, 247 and 23, 248 and 29. Harmon, G. H. 225 N. 4 Held, Richard. 34 Herbert of Chibury. 50 Humboldt, W. Von. 2, 6, 8, 52, 213 N. 12. 220 N. 29, 224 N. 2 Hume, David. 53. Iconic Elements of Discourse. 10, 240 N. 9. Ideas, Theory of, 214 N. 12, 217 N. 21. Immediate Constituent Analysis. 16, 220 N. 30. Inflection Processes. 183 to 197 Systems. 186, 187, 189, 247 N. 23 Inner Form, 213 N. 12 Inversion, Stylistic, 237 N. 35, 238 N. 3, 243 N. 5. Jacobson, R. 28, 57, 240 N. 9. Katz, J. J. 142, 145, 165, 173, 227 N. 11, 229 N. 15. Kernel Sentences. 17. Lancelot, C. 5 Language Learning, 24 to 25, 27, 37, 38. 44 to 45, 46 to 48, 54, 57, 59, 60, 215 N. 14, 217 N. 22, 220 N. 31 to 32, 222 N. 33 Acquisition Model, 30 to 34, 35, 38, 48, 52 to 60, 126, 216 N. 19, 217 N. 22, 221 N. 32 to 222 N. 33 and Linguistic Theory, 48 to 62 Languages, Artificial, 146 Language Use, Creative Aspect of, 4, 6, 59, 60, 145, 220 and 30 Longbrow, 2 Learning Theory, 219 and 26 Leibniz, G, 51 to 54, 217 and 21 Lexical Entries, 93 to 94, 130 to 131, 213 and 11, 228 and 15. See also Formatives Lexical Rule, 91, 92, 94, 118, 119 to 120, 130, 132, 200, 202, 268. Index. Lexicon, 90 to 95, 102, 106, 115, 117, 119, 128, 131, 132, 145, 151, 152, 166, 176 to 206, 213 N. 11, 229 N. 15 to 16 Structure of, 176 to 206, 233 N. 28, 234 N. 29. Linguistic Data, Primary, 24 to 25, 30 to 35, 37, 38, 47, 215 N. 14, 217 N. 22, 220 N. 30, 222 N. 33, 223 N. 2, 241 N. 15. Linguistics Mathematical, 64 to 65, 222 N. 36 Structural, 15, 48, 52, 53, 56, 59, 95, 185 to 187, 217 N. 20, 220 N 30, 223 N 2, 239 N 6 Linguistic Theory, 1 to 4, 8, 217 N 22 Locke, John, 51, 217 N 21 Long Components, 228 N 12. Main verb, 77, 78 Matthews, G. H. 85, 228 10 13 Memory finiteness of, 12, 211 N 8 Organization of, 12 to 13, 210 N 6 to 7 Mentalism, 2, 207 N 1, 219 N 22, 220 N 30 Models Acquisition, 24 Performance, 7, 13 to 14, 212 N 8 See also Perceptual Model Morphological Properties, 93. Natural Order, 5 Nesting, 211 N 8 Notational Conventions, 43 to 47 Nouns, Proper, 232 N 26. Object Words, 215 N 15 Operationalism, 208 N 1 Operational Procedure, Tested, 18 to 20 Ordering of Rules, 39 to 41, 71, 115, 131, 142, 226 N 6, 238 N 3 Outer or External Form, 213 N 12. Perceptual Model, 7, 12 to 14, 52, 146, 209 N 3, 215 N 14, 220 N 32. Performance, 1, 2, 7, 17 to 18, 136 Theory of, 8 to 14 See also Models, Performance Phones, 15. Phonetic Interpretation, 145, 151, 211 N 7. Phonetics, Universal, 28 Phonological Admissibility, 46, 181. 247 N 23 Phonological Interpretation, 200 Phonology, 85 to 90 Phrase Marker, 69 to 73, 91, 92, 95, 117, 125, 133, 140, 193, 205 to 206, 240 N 11 Base, 16, 17, 69, 75 to 76, 77, 134, 137, 139, 140 to 141, 143 to 145, 148 to 149, 152, 153, 251 N 40 Derived, 112, 137, 140, 154, 235 N 32 Generalized, 143 to 144, 145, 147 to 150, 152 to 153, 169, 190, 198, 243 N 3 Plato, 24, 52 Post, E, 8 Postal, P, M, 135, 142, 145, 165, 224 N 3 Predicate, 77, 115, 226 N 6, 236 N 32 Processes Derivational, 197 to 206 Quasi-Productive, 200, 251 N 45 Proper Name, 215 N 15. Quantifiers, 240 N 9 Wine, W, V, 53, 218 N 25, 219 N 26. Rationalism, 49 to 56, 220 N 30 to 221 N 31, 221 N 33. Redundancy 176 to 183. Reflexivization 155 to 156. 157. Read, Thomas. 213 N 12. 214 N 12. Relations, grammatical, 79. 107. 121 to 128. 131 to 133. 145. 151. 154. 174. 175. 235 N 30. 235 N 32. 236 and 32. Selectional, 79. 121 Relative clause, 147. 148. 190. 193. 194 Restrictive, 230 N 18 Representation, levels of, 237 N 2 Restriction, selectional, 103. 149. 230 N 19 Strict subcategorial, 149 Rosenbaum, p. 172. 215 N 13. 244 N 10. Index 269. Rules branching, 120. 128. 130. 143. 145. 202 Categorial, 132 to 136. 152 Context-free, 120. 122. 128 to 129 Context-sensitive, 120 to 121. 128 to 129 Projection, 146. 154. 165. 169 Redundancy, 130. 152. 196. 237 N 1 Phonological, 180 to 182. 229 N 17. 247 N 22 Syntactic, 181 to 183 Rewriting, 70, 72, 76, 77 to 78, 79 to 80, 85, 90 to 91, 93 to 97, 105 to 106, 119, 120, 127, 131, 143. 152. 166 Context-free, 97. 129. 151 Context-sensitive, 98. 202 Selectional, 103 to 105. 107. 118. 121 to 128. 131. 160 to 171. 243 N 3 Context-sensitive, 122 Subcategorization, 97 to 115. 121. 128 to 132 Context-free, 129 Context-sensitive, 234 N 29 Excluded from Categorial Component, 137 Strict, 103 to 108. 111. 114. 118 to 119. 120. 128 to 129. 131. 161. 164. 166. 169. 231 N 23. 245 N 13 Transformational, 94. 96. 106. 125. 130. 137. 151. 232 N 25 Rule Schemata, 107, 239 N7, 240 N9 Rules of Agreement, 186, 188, 193, 194 Ryle, G. 6. Salin, G. 4 Sapir, E. 208 N1 Sormjan, S. K. 236 and 34 Sauch, F. D. 2, 6, 49 Schachter, P. 228 1013 Schlegel, A. W. 224 N2 Semantic Interpretation, 75, 77, 80 to 81. 85, 94, 95, 107, 125, 141, 145, 146, 151, 154, 162 to 163, 171, 173, 190, 200, 211 N7, 235 N32, 236 and 33, 238 N3, 239 N9, 245 N13. Sentences acceptability of 9 to 10, 209 N5, 210 N7 and performance 9 to 13 constituent 141, 142, 144 deviant 8, 83, 151, 159, 168 to 169, 243 N5, 246 N17, 251 N39 matrix, 141, 142, 144 sentence, hierarchic, 178 set systems, 133 to 135 simplicity measure. See evaluation measures, grammars, simplicity of Skinner, B. F. 53, 218 and 25, 219 and 26 Sobolver, P. A. 236 and 34 Stockwell, R. 228 10 13 strings basic, 16, 17 preterminal, 91, 92, 94, 130, 152 to 153 terminal, 71, 90 to 91, 153 structure index, 131, 153, 155, 157, 168 structures, innate, 25 to 27, 30, 32 to 34, 37, 49 to 56, 60, 61, 108, 125, 217 N 19, 218 N 25, 221 N 31, 222 N 33 subject grammatical, 22, 75, 175 logical, 22, 75, 175 surface structure, 15 to 17, 23, 29, 75, 126, 132, 133 to 134, 137, 140, 145, 146, 150, 151, 174, 175, 213 N12, 237 N35, 239 N9 defined, 213 N12, 235 N32, 236 and 32 syntax, semantic basis for, 32, 33, 80 to 81, 84, 217 N20, 229 N17, 241 N15 systems of belief, 171. Topic comment, 236 and 32, 240 N9 transformational cycle. 29, 36, 96. 153, 200, 227 N9, 230 N18, 248 1031 Transformational history, 139 Transformation marker, 140, 142, 143. 144, 146, 149, 237 N2 Transformations elementary, 153, 154, 157 grammatical, 57, 67, 96, 134, 136. 137 to 157, 188 deletion, 146, 154 to 155, 190, 192 to 196, 223 N37, 237 N1, 250 N36, 270. Transformations, Kant, erasure, 155, 156, 190, 192, 195, 205, 242 and 17 filtering function of 148 to 149, 151, 205, 239 and 7 generalized, 141 to 146, 239 and 7 local, 96, 107 to 108, 230 and 18 passive, 112 to 115, 238 10-3 relative clause, 250 and 38 singulary, 142 to 144, 149, 153 strictly local, 107 to 108, 114, 120, 131, 230 and 18 and meaning, 141, 240 and 9. Translation, 32 ring machines, 64 twaddle, W, F, 208 N1. Alembic, E, M, 208 N2 universals, linguistic, 35 to 37, 42, 57. 78, 126, 195, 224 N2 formal, 27 to 30, 36, 47, 54, 57, 222 and 33, 247 N23 phonetic, 172 semantic, 28, 83, 108, 216 and 17 substantive, 27 to 30, 47, 54, 57, 70, 78, 125, 222 and 33, 247 and 23 usage, statistics of, 209 and 5, 227 and 10. Verificationism, 208 and 1. Wilson, J. C. 175 Wittgenstein, L. 53 word, 251 N 44 word order, 134 to 135. V. 211 N 8, 228 10 13. Index.